Well, here we are. I was so fast asleep. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the stream. My name is David Sinairo, and I am sleep. I am sleep. It's true. What do you want me to say? We're playing some Final Fantasy 14, the one with the potatoes. You haven't seen the showcase? Of course I did. And I immediately went to sleep. I was like, oh, it's so small. I expected it to be longer. And then I thought, wait, that means time for sleep. Let's go. Yeah, I watched it. Sony snagged on a Marvel IP. Yeah, the Wolverine announcement was just... Like, I was seeing it and I was thinking, oh, is Wolverine going to be in Spider-Man 2? What? A Wolverine game? What the fuck, man? There's a really good Wolverine game, which is the movie tie-in actually. Um, but I can't believe Insomniac. As soon as I saw the bloody knuckles, I knew the claws were coming. Me too, but I thought Wolverine was going to be in Spider-Man 2. Like they were teasing a story with Wolverine, right? I never expected them to be working on a Wolverine game. I knew it was him, just also go fucking Tor. And is that was it just me or is that an exclusive? Because it's a PlayStation Studios logo, and no EA. God of War. God of War was the least exciting announcement I've seen on that show. Which is a thing to say, I guess. I mean, Wolverine, Spidey 2 being about Venom is amazing. Is just amazing. We knew about that of War. Yeah, exactly. We knew about it. They didn't show anything except they showed more enemy variety. But it's the same, like it looks like the same game. While the others were all like, holy shit, really? I can't believe I didn't expect this at all. So, assume you mean the least exciting PlayStation Studios announcement? Well, the least exciting of the announcements that I had interested. Of course, Gran Turismo 7 is least interesting. And like, props for your courage in doing Wolverine and following that with fucking Gran Turismo. It's like you got everyone hard on, and immediately no. This is a family-friendly show. Get your dicks down. Down, boy. Also, I couldn't help but laugh at the game, the Luminous Studio game that you're excited for, Throw, because one of the first sites they showed in the new world was that formation that looked exactly like a place in Final Fantasy 15. I mean, I agree with you, but also GT is Sony's best-selling exclusive series ever. Franchise is huge, whether core gamers care or not. I know. Well, anyway, there is a game to be played, I believe. But yeah, God of War, it showed something very important to me because I really feel like the first game had a big enemy variety problem. So them showing in the trailer already more enemy types than in the previous game, in the entirety of the previous game, nice, awesome. Like I can't wait to fight that giant lizard that looks really cool, or crocodile or whatever that was. Uh, but but yeah, I don't know, and knowing that, I feel like the for how big the other game is, not a lot of things happen, and them saying already that this is the finale of the Norse saga, it's like, what? Really? Only so many Norse gods? As many as the Greek pantheon. Maybe not as well, not so many well-known ones, but they're all there. Also, you spent an entire game with only Baldur, so if you spend an entire game with only Thor and another with Odin, you're still saving a bunch of them. But, good Thor, man. Like, holy fucking shit. And again, I wonder if the Blue Point deal fell through or something. Like, we got this ready to announce. We actually made a banner to welcome them to the family, and then we're not doing it. And someone wasn't told that the deal fell through, and that's how it leaked, but it wasn't actually a leak because the deal fell through. I don't understand it. How is this like? And what the hell is Sony doing that yesterday they announced a new studio? Why not announce it today at the show? We have this amazing family of studios. We want to welcome this new one. I don't. I really think that Sony sometimes has no idea what it's doing. Sony announced a new studio. Yes. See. Like, what the fuck, man? Oh man, no, it's pushed down all the way. Give me a second. I can't tell you off the top of my head. Also, Blood Rain. Shout out to Blood Rain. Also, shout out to the awful episode of What If. How can you make your worst episode about the zombies? PlayStation buys its third studio this year alone, Fire Sprite. They made the Playroom VR, and the Persistence. Blood Rain's getting a remaster, which is awesome. That's the one, Throw. It took me a while. Big VR studio. Yeah. But why not announce it at the show? What? How is this stealth announced that you don't even know about it? And you're a Sony pony like all of us. What? It's just stupid. Pre-recorded stuff. Fine. Which means it's even easier to just record a new one. And just splice it in. I was told that you were playing some games, that's the right place. No, this is only shenanigans. Hello, Caravan, how are you? We're anti-game here. Video games. Whew. Yeah, doing good. I'm a little sleepy today. I had a doctor's appointment, so I couldn't sleep much. I played some Final Fantasy and Genshin with my sister. Then there was the Sony showcase. Bunch of things combined to not let me sleep. We are antique gamers, that is true. Fighting the urge to sleep all day in lousy rainy weather and no one need tutoring. Rough combo. Yeah. I mean, to me, it's kind of tough because when I finish the stream, usually my sister is like almost waking up and ready to play something, and I'm trying to play with her, so I stay awake for longer. Then I'm super hungry, I need to have lunch, then I had the doctor's appointment at 3. Got home, I actually was able to play more with her, so yeah, stuff. But hey, almost unlocking Aloy in Genshin Impact, which Aloy isn't Gacha, so I really want Aloy. I really want to unlock her. Like, I can distance myself from the gacha ones, But if there's one that's not gacha, I want it. I need it. Right? And it's temporary, so. You are returned, Ashlot. Do you seek to delve still more deeply into the fathomless realms of the unreal? No. I sense your desires are altogether more worldly. A letter, you say? It seems that the name of our bonekeeper, Prelate Yayake, has been mentioned in connection with a Brassblade investigation. Permaguild Master Mumuepo stands accused of fomenting insurrection against the crown, and they fear Yayake may have become embroiled in this vile plot. Mumuepo was convicted of embezzlement 5 years ago and sentenced to serve in the Colosseum as a Noxius, a prisoner of the arena made to fight until his debts are repaid. He toils there to this day. When his crimes first came to light, it was the Sultana herself who pressed for a heavy sentence to serve as an example of the consequences of corruption. That would give him reason enough to hold a grudge against the crown. And it is true that Prelate Yayake was his dearest disciple before his fall from grace. It is not beyond the realms of possibility that he might attempt to involve her in his schemes. A swift and decisive investigation is called for. And I believe I know just the woman to carry it out. Oh, do not feign surprise. Why else would I go to the trouble of explaining the situation to you? Now, by way of a first step, I would have you speak with Prelate Yayake herself. Probe her demeanor for any irregularities and report back to me. Yeah, I guess we didn't get our pie in the sky stuff. Also, I lost my bet against no one. But, like, I would have had... If I was a betting man, I would have had good money riding on this one. What bet? The Last of Us 2 Director's Cut. It was... There was no doubt in my mind. That's another one. Where the hell is your multiplayer? It's been a year. Like, I can't... I've mentioned this before when playing Ratchet and Clank, but I really think that Insomniac is by far the most productive studio of all of them. It's one studio. It puts out so many games. This is going to be easily the best acquisition Sony has ever done. How is it possible? Like, go and look at Insomniac's output from the PlayStation 2, from the first days of the PlayStation 2 to now. It's like a game a year or more. It's crazy. That's why I saw Wolverine, but I never ever would have expected it to be a Wolverine game. It's one studio with like 4 teams. It's comparing apples and oranges. That being said, yes, Insomniac's very productive and reliable. Yeah, but it's still, of course, it has to be multiple teams, of course, but I just find it crazy how they managed all of it. Holy shit, we're starting right away. Okay. And yeah, and it's great shit. The quality never dips. It's consistently some of the best stuff in the industry. Like, people are over platform games, sorry, until it's Insomniac making them, then everyone is in love with Ratchet. It's just incredible. And Xbox or PlayStation's getting another Marvel property game. If I was an Xbox gamer only, I'd be more pissed with KOTOR. Because if that's exclusive, that's an exclusive you're losing. Like, it was an exclusive on Xbox, and now it's an exclusive on PlayStation. Also, I couldn't help but laugh when Herman was like, yeah, the Sony teams are making these amazing experiences only on PlayStation. And immediately before, we saw the trailer for Uncharted 4 on PC. Sure, it's an older game. But it still made me laugh. Don't tank him in the corners. Okay, it's in relation to boss. PS5 PC is what I heard. Yes, absolutely. I just mean, it is coming to PC, so it was funny that it was immediately immediately after they said that. Alright, nice. A first try on Angra. Haven't had one of those in a bit. That was my smoothest run for that boss and literally forever this guy's alive. My alive. Shit. Also, it was great to see Alan Wake. We knew he was coming, but it's always nice to see. But yeah, that Final Fantasy 15 team game, the fact that it's an isekai makes me less interested in it. It's a bigger trend than Amnesia at this point. Like, stop doing that. You advertise that you're working with this known writer, and your story is the biggest trope in anime. Starting to think that team just shouldn't do a story game. Alright, this is going very smooth. Yeah. Nice. Still cast that off. Pink goes first, man. Have a good night, Caravan. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for hanging out. Oh no. Got him. Look at David doing mechanics. So fast. This was a really smooth run of World of Darkness. Let's hope the final fight is too. Oh no, Juliet. Eat my poison arrows instead, bitch. We usually don't divide by teams here. That's fine. We took it though. Nice. So smooth. What is this? Demon chest piece of striking. I've never seen this. I want it. I didn't get it. Damn. That's how it should always be. Alright. Damn, I'm happy about that. Queue up for the next thing right away. How dare you speak to me like that? Get out of my sight before I give you reason to regret your presumption. Oh, my presumption? I only presume to be able to enroll in a guild without being turned away by a bloody receptionist of all people. Your guild master will hear of this, you mark my words. Ah, a slut. I am sorry you had to bear witness to that ugly scene. Such altercations must seem unspeakably petty to a woman of your experience. I find that I am quite at a loss as to how to deal with this latest crop of initiate. Most are wholly oblivious to the dangers of thaumaturgy. They imagine our art a pastime, and would blindly embark on the path to oblivion without a moment's hesitation. If only they knew, I was here long before the brothers who serve as guildmasters today. For nigh on 15 years have I stood at this desk, ushering unsuspecting novices into the abyss. I have seen too many souls corrupted by powers they did not understand and could not control, so I have taken a stand. Any aspiring initiate who I adjudge to lack the necessary aptitude, I turn away. If that goes beyond the prelate's prerogative, so be it. Too often have I seen the spark of enthusiasm in a novice's eye turn into the conflagration that consumes him. I could not simply continue to stand by and do nothing. You may report my conduct to the guildmaster if you wish. I believe that what I have done is right and will take full responsibility for my actions. It is for the Council of Guildmasters to decide whether or not my conduct goes against the dicta of the guild. Final judgment on the matter would fall on the eldest of the brothers, Master Kokobezi, I think. She doesn't even know. Ashlot is a little bit of an arc in these quests. I see. So, Prelate Yayaka has been turning away prospective initiates. I had wondered why the number of new guild members has fallen so sharply. Now I know. Could this be the bitter fruit of Mumuepo's unseen labor? Might he be working through Yayake to deprive the guild of new blood, and thereby precipitate our eventual downfall? If so, it has been for naught, for while the quantity of recruits has undoubtedly fallen, their quality has soared. Each one is blessed with a natural aptitude for ethereal manipulation. Be that as it may, we cannot be sure of Yayake's true motives. We must learn more of her recent behavior. Pray speak with others around the ossuary and glean what clues you can. Prelate Ayake, she's been in the guild longer than any of us, and yet she's still only a bonekeeper, propping up the reception desk. I wonder why she refuses promotion so stubbornly. She was a loyal supporter of the previous guildmaster, you know, up until he was thrown out in disgrace. I suppose her feelings towards my brothers and I must be complicated, to say the least. That may explain why she still can't seem to get our names right. I had always imagined it a simple lapse of memory, but now that I think about it, I can't help wondering if it might signify something. Could it be that, in her heart of hearts, she has yet to accept us as her guild masters? Well, was the previous one also a potato? Maybe she just doesn't like potatoes. She's a potato though, so probably not the reason. So you wish to learn about Prelate Yayake? There is but one thing to tell. She breaks her fasts on thaumaturgical texts and sups on treatises. Mayhap literally, if the guild librarians are to be believed. According to them, she has taken several weighty volumes from the ossuary and has thus far failed to return a single one. Just what could she be doing with them? Prelate Yayake, she always has her hand in a book, a habit she picked up from Master Mumuepo, I believe. In the study of esoteric tomes, she was without equal. So skilled was he at extracting knowledge from the most cryptic texts, that he was even able to bring several long-forgotten magics back to life. Such achievements prompted many to look past his more questionable activities, Yayake among them. Others, however, were not so forgiving. The truth is, long before his fall from grace, there were more than a few in the guild who regarded him with suspicion. Not Yayake, though. She has always been such an earnest, single-minded person, completely devoted to deepening her understanding of thaumaturgy. She only saw her master's genius. Let's do this. Oof, oh shit. There are no Alliance members. Yeah, then say it to the party. The party is in the Alliance. Really? Guildhast is now DBS? Fuck you, game. Ask about Yaki's behavior around the Tomaturge's gown. I was already doing that. Oh god, I'm good for the money, I swear, just give me a few more days. Oh, what? You want to know if I've seen Prelate Yayake? No? Oh, alright, yes. I've seen her a couple times heading through the doors over there, looking all shifty. Stuck out like a sore thumb, she did. Can't wait to fire this up tomorrow to Cog 2. You're actually excited to play it? That's awesome. It's a back way to the Coliseum, see, and she don't look like no fighter. Takes you down to where they lock up an obnoxious fellers, I think. Maybe she's been paying one of them a visit? Like, one thing I really agree with Throw, watching this game, it's just confusing and makes it seem uninteresting, I think. At least the duties and things. If it's not the story, it's not as great to watch. My little bird returns. Tell me, what information were you able to gather about our prelate? Downloaded it on PS5 for you guys before I realized how close I was to the start of this semester. Okay. I've been mostly alone these days, to be honest. I see. It seems Yayake was more deeply enthralled to our predecessor than I first assumed. And the business of these missing tomes does not bode well. Umwepo was renowned for his almost preternatural ability to piece together scraps of arcane knowledge from the most moth-eaten manuscripts and bring long-lost sorceries back to life. If, as it seems likely, Yayake delivered the stolen tomes to him, he may at this very moment be endeavoring to reawaken some dread magic with which to exact vengeance against the Sultanate. But without knowing which steps have been taken, we can only guess at his intentions. Hold on a moment. You did say the books had been removed from the Guild's private collection, did you not? Paul be praised, there may yet be a way. Here, Ashlot, take this. It is the full inventory of the Guild's archives, listing every manuscript that lines these walls. Simply compare the books on the shelves against the titles on this list, and our missing text shall be revealed. Meltybot got tired of the short jokes. Actually, Melty's was the one that was played the most. Copy of the Troth of Kings appears to be missing. Copy of the Lesser Key of Thal appears to be missing. Copy of Thaumaturgy, The Yawning Abyss, appears to be missing. Copy of The Cry from the Depths appears to be missing. Is it done? Quickly then, show me which titles are missing. It is as I feared. All of the missing volumes are works which held a special fascination for our former guildmaster. It is all but certain that he requested them. Alas, I cannot speak for their content. What I can say is that Mumwepo will not have chosen them on a whim. Being a connoisseur of ancient manuscripts, he knows the worth of every volume here. The illuminative worth, I should add, though he knows the pecuniary worth just as well. Pecuniary. As you may have heard, he became obsessed with collecting lavishly ornamented codices, frittering our funds away on gilded or bejeweled copies of works already in our possession. He would even buy works of little scholarly value, providing they were rare enough to drive up the price. By the end, the walls of the study were awash with gold and gems, and he would stare at them for hours, wrapped in silent adoration. In his lust for luster, he emptied first the guild's coffer, then his own, being driven at last to the felonious speculation that would prove his undoing. I mention this because the volumes which Yaika took were wholly without ornament, meaning that Mumwepo desired them for their content and not their form. I fear something terrible lurks in those pages, Echelon, something which Mumwepo alone may be capable of discovering. There is nothing for it. The prelate must be made to talk. The end of Yaika's shift draws near. I propose we lay a trap for her. Lie in wait outside the rear entrance to the Colosseum. I will stalk her from the shadows, and when we have her cornered, we close the net. Sure, if they hear Echo Narukami's online, they show up. Maybe. Heading back to the guild so soon, prelate. What? Master Kokobo? Kokobuki, prelate Yaike, you stand accused of treason. The brass blades have passed certain information to me which suggests that you have been conspiring with Mumwepo to incite rebellion against the crown. I have been conducting an investigation to establish the veracity of their report. Ashlot here has been assisting me in my inquiries. Treason? No, I will admit that I have sought to meet with Master Mumwepo, but he has yet to agree to speak with me. In one of the manuscripts you took from the guild, you claim that you removed them not at your former master's behest, but upon your own initiative? So glad to see the Hobbits of Hovington getting some attention. Yeah, they've been on the forefront these latest streams. I do, though I know it was wrong. I thought that if I could show him some of the texts he used to love so much, it might help to rekindle the passion he once felt for his studies. By the time I realized how low he had sunk through his lust for gold, it was too late. If I had only paid more attention, if I hadn't been so absorbed in my own studies, I owe it to him to help him in whatever way I can. I'll remove the sound of this, because people don't shut up. This weight has been on your heart for a long time. I felt my master in his hour of need, but I have been attempting to make amends for it ever since. I have neglected my own advancement and devoted myself to investigating what caused Master Mumwepo to stray from the path of enlightenment. In secret, I began to study the careers of every new initiate, hoping to identify such corruptive factors. In doing so, I feel I have gained an instinctive sense of which aspirants will bring honor to our noble art, and which stand at risk of being lost to the void. And so you began to turn away those applicants whom you deemed unsound, hoping to prevent future thaumaturges from following your former master down the path to self-destruction. That was mine intent, yes. Yet, search as I might, I have been unable to find any precedent for my supposed predictive instinct in the ancient texts. Mayhap I have been deceiving myself, along with everyone else. The texts contain the accumulated knowledge of those who have gone before us. They do not preclude us from adding our own. The map of the voids is ever incomplete. It is our duty to delve into its unknown reaches and bring back new insight for the guidance of future generations. The ability to divine a man's nature at a glance would make a valuable addition to a thaumaturge's arsenal. It warrants investigation. Can I rely on you to research this matter further? Should you find evidence to support your claims, I will of course require that you systematize the process. This shall be your atonement, Yayake, and a fresh opportunity to resume your studies. Though the mistakes of the past cannot be undone, mayhap through this the mistakes of the future can yet be prevented. Thank you, Master. If it can be of assistance to the Guild, I shall devote myself to this research with all my heart. And learn my name. I thank you, Ashlot, for helping to bring the truth of this matter to light. Rest assured that I shall instruct the Brassblades that their suspicions regarding Prelate Yayake are completely unfounded. But for now, let us return to the ossuary. It is past time that the fruits of Prelate Yayake's labors were shared with the Guild, not only for the benefit of thaumaturges today, but for thaumaturges yet to come. Oh, Post-Moogle, where are you? Well. Astora Artorias. Why is the white mage standing on the AoE? Hope it was just a fluke. Nicely done. Need those materials that allow you to cast faster. I wonder if it's very noticeable or if it's just min-maxing. Oh no. I hope it didn't run by one I didn't say, because apparently no one else is doing it. Shit. Anyway, it seems like there is no chain winch over there, so that's a good thing. Alright, we got them all. It's cool when you do a thing and immediately everyone understands what to do. No, sir. Alright. No. Okay. Oh, hey, I'm about to level up. Probably. Yeah, it's gotta be 1 kill away. Yep, it was. It's 200 people. Damn. No, forget that. Don't need aggro, thanks. Level 37. Very nice, very nice. Well, met once again, Ashlot. Since you've been such an obeisant assistant, I've got a reward for you, Kupo. No drunkards and ruffians to contend with this time, just rest and relaxation. Tell me, Ashlot, what comes to mind when you think of Lim Zalomi's after pirates, wharf rats, and watered-down grog, that is? Fish, Kupo. And there's nobody fishier, and I mean that in the nicest sense of the word, than Wawalago, the master of the Fisherman's Guild. Wawalago's been pitting his wits against the slipperiest fish in the 5 seas for longer than anyone can remember. Why, he's not unlike a fish himself, drifting along in the stream of life without a care in the world. So I thought it would be nice if you went down and got to know him. Lay down your weapons, put aside your worries, take it easy for once. Oh, and while you're at it, you can take along this ladder. I mean, you're going there either way, right? It's like catching 2 fish with 1 lure. Hashat, the very vassal I was looking for, Kupo. I need you to take a ladder to a genius spire in the North Shroud, the wood where your dear leader, that's me, was born and raised. It needs to be delivered to Mia Molcott, leader of the White Rams. Officially, they're an offshoot of the God's Quiver, but in practice, they're Miss Molcott's private army. The Ixal call her the Black Cat, where whenever she crosses their path, they're sure to meet with an unfortunate end, Kupo. Truth be told, this isn't the first time we've tried to deliver this letter. I entrusted it to another subordinate of mine, a delivery Moogle on his very first mission, but he got chased away by the birdman and fluttered back, hiding his face under his pom-pom. He simply wasn't cut out for such a trying task. But who is, I thought? Who best to dispatch into Ixal-infested forest and explain the letter's lateness to the fiery-tempered Miss Molcott? Guess whose name sprang to mind? Here's the letter, Ashlot. Off you pop, Kupo. Well, let's go Fisherman's Guild first. Fine day for fishing, isn't it, Ashlot? Prop up your pole in the perfect position and then... Oh, you have a message marked for me? A missive from my old mate Rorojaro. He's a trinket trader from Ulda who supplies a certain something that supports and strengthens seafood stocks. Since we set some of his special supporters on the seabed, Fisherman's Bottom has been swimming with shrimp and groaning with gobbies. I'd heard neither hide nor hair from him since the calamity hit. It's heartening indeed to know that he's hale and healthy. And it seems the old dog's still desperate to do deals. Says he wants to trade one of his treasures for an infrequently found fish. Business must be bad if he's bartering his best brass for a base. Any road? Perhaps you could do me a favor while I read my rod? Ready my rod? Rojar's boat should be berthed down by the docks. Could you head over and hand him this note? I've marked out a map of where this fishy fancies can be found. Tell him to meet me there and we'll do the deal. Nice, I still got to read that. Fist of the Sun. Oh no, this is the hard one, isn't it? Maybe not. It is. Yeah, shit. Damn. I'm seeing chocobos. That went so much better this time. And I was the one explaining, which is always iffy. Hey, what? Is that Arcanist Guild? It is. I should have teleported. I'm committed now. Good gods, must the sea be so damn wavy? My stomach's churning, my legs are like jelly, and don't get me started on my poor old back. Suppose we're still doing this. Thank you for the resub throw for 47 whole months. Thank you very much. What are you up to? Tall knows how I'm going to haul this blasted crate all the way to the Fisherman's Guild. Oh, you got a letter for me? Well, I'll be. Lagos agreed to my offer. I knew you wouldn't let me down. I could feel it in my bones. Looks like my luck's finally turned. By this time next year, I'll be a gillionaire. Ah, but look at me getting all carried away, and I haven't even introduced myself. Rorojaro, purveyor of the finest silks, the most exotic perfumes, and the rarest curiosities in all Ul'dah. At least I was, until the calamity took all that away from me. Right now, my mom just stopped by for a visit. She just left. Oh, okay. You playing something after? My whole warehouse went up in smoke, and my fortune with it. I tried everything to get my foot back in the ladder, but I was cheated at every turn, lumbered with dodgy gil, and ended up getting deeper and deeper into debt. Now all I've got left are the clothes on my aching back and this rotten box. I was just about to declare myself bankrupt, but then I got wind of a tasty tidbit of gossip that set my business brain in motion. There's this fellow in Ul'dah, you see, a real grandee. I knew him back when I was someone who knew people. Turns out he's got a thing for exotic fish, and he'll pay through the snout for anything suitably rare. Got to start at Psychonauts again, certainly on the toilet. Currently on the toilet, so it's chat time. Oh, okay. That's when I thought of Wawalago. He's the greatest fisherman in Limsa, and an old friend to boot. Plus he's the only one who appreciates the true value of the thing I've got in my box. I haven't the gill or the skill to bag the kind of fish I need without him. Nor do I have the legs or the back to lug this chest all the way to Candlekeep Quay. But say, you're some sort of delivery woman, right? Could you help a feller out? I can't pay you anything now, but I'll remember you when I'm rolling in it. Talk to me when I complete my transferring. Oof. You're playing Psychonauts 1, right? Or 2? Oh, okay. I thought it was 1. Played the 1 remastered when it released on PS4? Okay. The classic. Davey coordinating with the other kids in the playground. Yeah, there's a lot of new players in this game. Anyone wants to trade ships for a pudding? I'm sure they do. Red. Red. Blue. Red. No, I don't know if that counted. Red. The 6. Well, there were some blue balls when you pulled the Gran Turismo move after the Wolverine move, but it was good sex, nonetheless. It was just a crossover with Gran Turismo. If you can't tell which car is Wolverine, it's the one with the torn steering wheel. Hello, blue, red. No. Blue, red, blue. What? Why did you turn into a shadow sprite? Guys, I'll rate chat when the trial is over. This isn't looking good. No heals, loser. I know. I healed myself, actually. Damn, 4 recommendations. Guessing I'm probably like halfway through in that case. I still have a lot of mines to go through. I think I nearly cleared out the real places. Most of the brains I visited, 9% done. Good day coordinating with the other kid in the playground. Traded the weight of a bowling ball on the 8th moon of Jupiter for my lunch, for the weight of a feather on the 2nd moon of Neptune for your lunch. Sandwich is made of tuna between 2 slices of pizza. Oof. Yeah, Throw, I was commenting before, I don't know if you heard. Lower limits, yeah. Sorry. Like that Final Fantasy 15 team game is what is. So I know you are always about amnesia and stuff, but that game has what is right now the most common trope in all of anime. Like, they went and got a Western writer to write them exactly what an anime writer would write. Shit writing. Isekai. Which is, like, when you're transported to a new world. Hey, Nobru. How are you? The Matrix is an isekai, I guess, yeah? Well, maybe not, because your original world still figures, and you're seeing your world differently. An isekai is literally another world, I guess. Hopefully hold Rorojaru's goods down high road, did you? Just drop it down on the ground for now. He's got his hands full, holding his own with the fishes. My mom is another world, I guess. Finished watching PlayStation event, super exciting. How are you guys? Doing good. It was a really good event, yeah. So, level 50, 60, 70 dungeons, what I haven't done yet. Thanks awfully for carrying the chest for me, Missy. Don't know what I'd have done without you. Actually, I do. When I turned up empty-handed, Wawalago forced me to start fishing myself. If you're short of something to swap, you'll snare the scaly specimen solo, he said. Let's have a look at this gift you've got me. Blinking barnacles. It's beautiful. See it shine and shimmer like the silvery scales of a sea serpent. The fish will flock to bask in the brilliance of a natty knick-knack like this. I knew it. The pawnbrokers wouldn't trade it for toffee, but to a master fisherman, my sporter's worth more than money can buy. So, do we have a deal? Can I put down the rod now? Fine, fine. I'll fetch you your fish for you. The rarest rarefied ray in the Rotano, subject to you shoring up the shortfall in the settlement with a little light labor, that is. Catch me a carp, or a collie, or any form of fish you can find, and I'll honor your order. The shortfall? You mean the supporter's not good enough? Then I'm ruined. I was sitting here for ages and I didn't even get a nibble. There's no fish to be found in this accursed ocean. I dare to differ, my friend. There's shoals and shoals of scaly swimmers in the sea around you. Your foray into fishing floundered because there's nothing but numbers in that noggin of yours. Clear your conscience of all those money-making machinations and you mellow your mind. Then the buggers will bite. But we can't dally here all day. There's duties need doing down at the guild, so I'll lay down a little limitation. Our dear delivery woman here will catch me a catch of her very own. If you've not netted a solitary specimen by the time she's tackled this task, the deal's as dead as a deviled dodo. So if I don't catch a fish before she does, I go home with nothing? Then it's all over. Good gods, I'll be beggared. The banks won't touch me with a barge pole. There you go, worrying over wealth again. If you're duly determined to procure this prize perch of yours, then ready your rod, banish that rooting from your brain, and focus only on the fun of fishing. Hashlot, if you'd be so obliging, I'd like you to acquire me an anchovy. A local Luminzan one will fill the bill. They're common on this coast, so it shouldn't be a struggle to secure. Snatch one straight from the sea or procure it from a purveyor. It's up to you. Damn it, I fished some the other day. How does this work? I forgot how to do it. Lumins and anchovy. Actually, let's take a quick break before going on with this. And I will be right back. Alright, I am back. So what is everyone up to, other than Thro, who I know is playing Psychonauts 2? What's going on? Relaxing? Bidding on playing something on the Switch? Oh, I thought you were playing this? Soon. When you've acquired your anchovy, bring it back here to me. It's up to you how to harvest it. Whisk one from the waves with your willowy wand, or meet with a monger and pick one up for peanuts. Whatever buoys your boat. Would I have to go downstairs feeling lazy? Okay, fair enough. Time's up, Rojaro. Our dutiful delivery girl has completed her commission, and you still haven't snagged a single sprat. I'm sorry, but the deal's dead. No! Then I've lost everything. My fortune, my future. I might as well lie down here and die like a dog. Really, Rojaro, what have you actually lost? Well, not on money and misery, but rather widen your eyes to the wonders of the world. Like just now, when you were focused on nothing but the fish, how did it feel? It was wonderful. For a minute there, I really felt like I was one with the ocean. All my material worries just washed away. But a fat lot of good it did me. I didn't catch a bleeding thing. Heh, your financial frettings might have been mildly misplaced. But you've been a trader too long to fully free your feelings from the constant contemplation of coin. That's why the fish didn't bite. But still, if you drew some sense of satisfaction from it, I suppose that's a start. Holy mackerel! I mean, holy catfish! That isn't a saltwater catfish, is it? I thought they were extinct. Oh, if only my client could see this. I'd get a sultan's ransom for it. Aye, sure as the sun, that's a saltwater catfish. There's some that say the species snuffed it in the calamity, but I'd heard word they were hiding here in Candlekeep Quay. Seems the rumors were right. Take it, Rojaro. Consider it a prize for your persistence. Do with it what you will. Wait, Wallago, what about your payment? Aren't you going to take my sporter? The shiny shorts the fish go crazy for, the star-spangled subligar? Oh, those. I've got hundreds of them at home. Just remember, Rojaro, don't drag yourself down brooding over business. Free your mind from fretting over your fortune and your future, and try to think like a fish. But if that still doesn't solve your sorrows, never forget that you always find friends at the Fisherman's Guild. However hard things seem, however low you go, when you think like a fish, your distress and disquiet just drift away on the tide. Was Wallago planning to give me the fish all along? Gods, the man's a bleeding marvel. I don't deserve a friend like him. You know, it's a tough life being a trader. You can't think like a fish when you're swimming with sharks, or you get gobbled up. Closes your mind to anything but coin, it does. But whenever I deal with Wallago, I feel liberated, like a great burden's been lifted from my heart. If I could only live as he does. I've had my fill of dealing with crooks and swindlers, spending every waking moment obsessing over my bank balance, and agonizing over who's going to steal it from me. It's time I made a change. Rojaro returned the saltwater catfish to the ocean, but it was dead. I'll throw it all away and start again from scratch at the Fisherman's Guild. Here, Ashlot, I hereby entrust to you the entirety of the great Rojaro's estate, the brilliant briefs no fish can resist. Wallago says the fish take energy from its shining scales and copy after them. Helps them grow big and strong and happy. I never knew it before, but it's the same with people. If I'm to learn to live like a fish and set myself free, I need no supporter but Wawalago. I got pants, shorts, panties. What is this? What? Am I keeping this? I guess it's a unique item, yeah. Well. Eugenius Spire. The North Shroud. These quests are pretty long, aren't they? When are they hitting the level cap? Well, Glamour Dresser, I guess? Wait, this can go in the armoire? Okay. Well, let's get out of here. Search small. Yeah. Okay. You seek Mia Malcott? I am she, instructor of the Cotsquiver, commander of the White Rams, and the bane of any feathered fiend who dares poke his beak in the Twelveswood. I know you. We've spoken before, have we not? I trust you've bagged a few birdies of your own since last we met. Ashlot, is it? What business do you have with Meow? Apologies, a slip of the tongue. When I say with Meow, I mean with Meow. Ugh. Not Meow. Meow. But what do you want? Let me see that. Oh, how wonderful. It's a letter from Lady Philota? The woman's like a mother to me, you see. I lost my parents when I was young, and it was she who raised me from a meowling babe. Her son was a great hero, a leader of the White Rams before me. But he too was lost in the line of duty. But let me see what news she has. She says she is to visit Falworth Float with her dear grandson, but by the date she gives, she should be here at this very moment. It's strange that I have had no word of her arrival. Perhaps she simply misread her calendar? After all, she speaks of the future, but these dates are past. Tell me, adventurer, when was the letter posted? Damn, these incompetent Muggles. Never trust anything with wings. I say. Then these dates must be true. They should be here already. I smell the filthy hands of those blasted birdies in this. We must send out a search party. If they came via Gridania, might they have been ambushed in Treespeak? A band of Ixal raid the area, but they're usually too chicken-hearted to approach the paths. I have a sentry there, watching their movements. Go to him, and ask if he has seen anything untoward. Oh, and if you should happen to meet with any wee birdies, none shall weep if you snap their scrawny necks. Squawk! Wounded featherless ones you seek? Find them, my axe will. Hold it right there, you squawking scum! Squawk! Good Garuda. Me and Molcott you are. Black cat of the White Ram. My life you will spare, yes? Squawk? You'll get no mercy from me. I'll rip off your beak and wear it as a hat. Remember our motto, soldiers. All Ixal must die. Hold a moment, ma'am. Before I was set upon, I was watching this group of Ixal for some time. They seem to be patrolling this area. Perhaps you know something of what befell Lady Philota and her grandson. Alright, I'll bite. Listen up, you beaky bastard. Answer me truly and I'll grant you a painless death. Have you seen a lady and a young boy pass through this area? Squawk? Searching for a white-haired elder and girly-voiced hatchling featherless ones are? Seen them I have. Attacked by a nasty beastie, their caravan was. Ran from the beastie they did, all frighty and shaking. You lie! The only beasties around here what would think of raiding a caravan are you and your craven kind. Caw, 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 caw. No, Black Cat. Only the truth I am telling. Worth more than mine, these featherless ones' lives are. Then maybe a deal we are making? My life you spare, you featherless friends I catch, release them to you, we will, scratchless and sound. A deal we have. Catch them, and then hold them as hostages, no doubt. I say we kill the feathered fool right now and teach these Ixal a lesson, right, Ashlot? There must be some good in him. Let's agree to the deal. There's no good in a bird, man, just blood and bile. Believe me, I've checked. Mayhap you're right. We have little to lose by releasing this wretch, and possibly much to gain. All right, Beaky. If you truly swear that you will return our friends to us unharmed, we agree to your deal. Squawk! Spared I am, by Molka the Merciless. Believe it, I cannot. Well known to our kind your cruelty is, and yet while free I do, then on my honor, my word, you have. With my head wing I shall speak. Your smooth and wrinkly friends together we will catch. Send word, we shall come to the river bend northwest of here, and your friends we shall return. How I despise listening to their feather-brained prattle. The fool knows nothing, except how to delay his death with false promises. Still, I will have you follow him to his head wing, just to be sure. We shall return to the spire to see if the other parties have met with more success. Squawk, come to play the Black Cat's dog as for his life the sniveling wretch begged. No true Ixal that one is. By my own talents punished he shall be. His craven promises never will we honor. But to what I say now, listen well, featherless one. Our hostages, your friends are. The old one and the young. See them again you would, then do my bidding you shall. Within your borders we search, unharmed and unhindered. You will leave us when done we are, and only then the hostages we shall release. You lie? We lie, you think? Then the truth we prove. Set free the wrinkled one will be. Cross the river you will find her, on the cliffs over Falgord float. A lasting truce with you we seek not. Pains me at us to show mercy to the hated Molkot. But our reasons we have, and our promises we will honor. If the Black Cat will do the same. What? The other guy promised something and you're not honoring it. I didn't even get XP for this. Not even one. Good eve to you, adventurer. My name is Philota. Would you happen to be the young lady sent by me, Molkot? Then I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I was traveling with my young grandson from Gridania, but as we made our way through Tree's Peak, we were set upon by an angered treant and our carriage was overturned. My grandson and I managed to escape, but we were separated from our guard. We fled into the forest seeking shelter, but only found a nest of Ixal. They captured us and bound our hands with rough twine. I feared we were to be offered to their god. Imagine my relief when I overheard them speaking of us not as sacrifices, but as hostages. And then without a word of warning I was released. They marched me here, removed my blindfold, and made me wait for Mia's envoy to collect me. I thank you, adventurer. But my grandson, is he still in the birdman's clutches? We must send word to Mia right away. I pray you, adventurer, return to Mia and relate to her all that I have told you. If anyone can save my grandson, it is she. Please do not worry about me. I can make my way to Fulgurt Float from here. The guards there will protect me. Is this person participating? I don't want to do it. Lady Philota is safe. Thank the gods. But what of her grandson? Was he released too? What? They plan to hold the boy hostage to keep my claws from their craven necks? Their skullduggery knows no bounds. They say they will release the child when they have found something. I spit on their lies. They seek nothing but our land, and would use the boy as a shield to secure their trespass. Nafika as my witness, they shall gain nothing but their deaths. The birdies have picked on the wrong prey this time. The boy is the only child of Lady Philota's late son, once the leader of the White Rams. We are honor-bound to free him from their filthy claws. They'll rue the day they ever thought of laying their hands on one of us. You can tell Lady Philota that Mia Mulcott will not rest until her grandson is safely returned, and the reels run red with Birdman blood. Go to the bobbing cork, and let her know just that. Mia plans to rescue my grandson herself. It is the best news I could hope to hear. I cannot thank you enough for your assistance in this matter, young lady. I have known Mia since she was but a meowling babe, and believe me when I say that I have full confidence she will show devote every energy to rescuing my grandson. If anyone can rescue him from those brutes, Mia can. Near 20 years have passed since the day we first met, back when my son was still the leader of the White Rams. Before he was taken from us, a report came in that the settlement was under XIV attack, and he raced to its defense. By the time he and his men arrived, the XIV had already captured the village. My son refused to abandon it to their clutches and led a daring attempt to rescue the villagers. He finally succeeded in expelling the invaders, but their deadly work was done. Only one child emerged alive from the ruins, Mia. My son took the orphan girl under his wing and taught her bowmanship. She came to idolize him as a master, and perhaps a father, but now she is twice orphaned, and the Ixal hold her master's only son as a hostage. I can well understand their fury. But this anger of hers, I fear it may cloud her judgment, in this case, and drive her to recklessness. I pray you, young lady, return to her, and urge her not to be too rash in her plans. I could not live it myself, were my grandson's safety to be bought with friendly blood. How are my little Sony puppies doing? Doing well. How are you, Arrow? Tuckered out, was up super early this morning. Yeah, I can understand that. Playing some games. Lady Philota said that, even with her grandson held captive by the Birdman, she worries for the safety of our soldiers. Truly the lady's consideration knows no bounds. But I fear the time for restraint has passed. It sickens me to sit by while the Birdmen prowl our forests, using one of our own as a shield. Their band has just been sighted from this very spire and moving northwards. Do you realize what that means? The dissembling birdies return to their logging grounds with Lady Philota's grandson in tow. So much for their honor and honesty. We must pounce now before they escape through Proud Creek and... How about Wolverine as a playable driver in Gran Turismo? Someone already made that joke. Yeah. Melty already made that joke, so... Welcome to the bot life. Hold a moment. I have word from my scouts. Yes? You have them in your sights? Then on my order, unleash... What? They send a messenger. They say they found what they were looking for and will release the hostage immediately? Understood. Over and out. Did you hear that, Ashlot? The Birdmen say they have released the boy, but in Proud Creek of all places. Why, he would almost be safer in their evil clutches. You must go there straight away and find the child before something wickeder does. You were here. Let Arrow have it. He was MIA. I let him have it every night. Are you a friend of Miss Smolcott? Thank you so much for coming to rescue me. Oh yes, I'm quite alright. They didn't hurt me, only my pride. I was such a fool stumbling straight into that XIV camp. I'm sorry for causing everyone to go to such trouble to rescue me. Mia wouldn't have let herself get caught so easily, nor would my father. I'm just thankful the XL were true to their word. I overheard some of what they were discussing. It seemed they were searching for a hatchling of theirs, the young of a chieftain who had disappeared from his nest. They had followed his trail into Treespeak. They were readying forces to launch an invasion to recover the child, knowing it would lead to all-out war with Gridania. But then they somehow learned of mine and Grandma's arrival and resolved to kidnap us instead, to secure the truce that would allow a rescue party to search unhindered. There is something I don't understand. When the leader of the Exile cut my bonds, he whispered something strange to me. His promise, your father, kept, and so the same I shall do. And then they were gone. Young master, how good it is to find you safe. Is aught amiss? The Ixal were on the search for a hatchling, so then they were not raiders but rescuers. We must report these developments to Commander Molcott immediately. Let us rendezvous back at Eugenia's spire. Come, child, follow me. Please, miss, you have to stop her. The commander means to harry the Excelli retreat and strike them all down. Then you would stop me? Have you forgotten our motto? All Excel must die. I know, but please, ma'am, I beg you to reconsider. This was not an invasion, it was a rescue mission. They were searching for a lost hatchling. After that, they did keep their promise. They released the boy. Surely it is only right that we should honor our side of the agreement and allow them to leave. By the way, Arrogance and Melty, if you're still around, confirmed the Final Fantasy XV event coming back on the 13th. What agreement? Those were their conditions, and they only had the nerve to give them because they were holding the poor boy hostage. They invade our land, steal our children, and you would show them mercy? The only peace they'll get from me is that of the grave. Miss, you must help me. Go to the bobbing cork and bring back Lady Philota. She's the only one Commander Mulcoat will listen to. Oh yay, much excite. It's a lot of stuff, actually. I've never seen an event with so much interesting stuff to get. Because it's not just the regalia, it's Noctis's clothes, the haircut, which is the only thing I don't care about, and then a bunch of Final Fantasy 15 music, which, let's be honest, is the best part of that game. The undeniably amazing part of that game. Yeah. Regalia mount, Noctis's outfit, Noctis's hairstyle, Noctis card, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 orchestrion roll. The music is the only thing I missed from Serenity. Yeah, it's awesome. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna spend some time on that for sure. Something that bothers me about all this, it's what that XL Shifton said. Something of promises kept in years long past. If anyone knows what he meant by it, Lady Philota will. I'm sure it will require doing the mission a bunch of times. My grandson is safe. Thank you, adventurer. 1,000 times thank you. How can I possibly repay you for all you've done for my family? I see. It appears the situation is more complicated than we first thought. The XL that took us were a rescue team, and now Mia plans to attack them in their retreat, and the hatchling with them, and only I can stop her. Once you've done it once, I'm pretty sure you can sit on the fate and farm the stuff you need. Yeah, I hope so. Perhaps I can, for I indeed have some knowledge of this promise the XL spoke of. How strange that their fates should be brought together again, like this. The elementals work in mysterious ways. Very well, I will talk with Mia. Would it be too much to ask you to do me a further kindness? Run ahead to Eugenia's spire and delay her from taking any drastic action. I will join you as soon as I can. The path is steep, and I am afraid I'm not as young as I once was. But yeah, pretty excited about this. Speaking of fates, I have never seen the fate with Odin that you and Melty mentioned existed and is how you normally encounter him. Alright, you're the last of them. Join up with the forward squadron and begin the attack. The poor wee birdies won't know when to hit them. What is it, adventurer? Don't tell me you object to my attack as well. And so do I, Mia. Grandmama. Lady Philota, what are you doing here? You've been through so much at the claws of the Birdmen. You need to rest. As do you, Mia. There is a story you must needs hear. A story begun long ago, but not yet concluded. A story? What story? A tale from long ago, when my son led the White Rams as you do now. A time when we found ourselves caught in the same snare as the XL did this day. As if reflected in a glass. There was a young girl trapped behind the XL lines. The White Rams put together a rescue team to save her and prepared to strike at the heart of the enemy. The XIV were surrounded, but their defenses were strong. All hope seemed lost. Until quite by chance a separate raid led to the capture of several XIV hatchlings, abandoned in their nests. So both sides came to hold younglings as hostages. Threat was answered with counter-threat, and both sides prepared for a bloody resolution. Until my son reached out to the XIV, he offered them a truce and a promise he would return their hatchlings if the XIV would withdraw and spare the child. Tell me, dear, what was it the XIV chieftain said to you? That your father kept his promise, and so he would keep his in return? It can only be the will of the elementals that brought such a fate to pass. There can be no doubt that chieftain was the one of the XIV hatchlings my son released that day. It was my son's promise that lifted the siege on the village and saved the child, a young Mikore girl with an ink-black coat and shining eyes. My master bought my life with this? After 20 long years, the threads of destiny that entwined on that fateful day have brought you together once more. Whether you sever those ties now or tie them stronger, only your heart can decide. To be bound to an XIV, or to cut myself free. All right, soldiers. Call off the attack. Send word to the vanguard. They are to escort the XIV off our lands, but under no circumstances are the birdmen to be fired upon. Anyone foolish enough to disobey will answer to me. But, Commander, what about our motto? All XIV must die. Oh, they'll die all right, the minute they step their filthy feet back into Heavensward. I'll snap their twiggy wee necks and lap up their blood. Every clucking last one of them. Ma'am, yes, ma'am. Huh. I did so want to push my claws into their beady little eyes, but it's not for me to put an end to what my master began. Dashlot, you came to me with a letter, but in the end you brought me something far more important. True compassion. The legacy of my master that I was far too quick to forget. There is only one thing I can say. Thank Meow. Carrier level 20. That's 20 letter delivery quests I've done. Jeez, is this just not happening? I guess I'm finishing Alexander then. By the way, was there a Final Fantasy XIII event, or is the lightning clothes only from the paid optional items? There was an event way back. Got the set for free on Serenity. Okay. Would be cool to have, but I'm not willing to pay for anything. I already bought the whale, and now the regalia is coming out, and I'll have a poor people mount, right? Looks best on cat girls. Were there any dragon girls when you had it? Don't think so. It's been a while though. Definitely seen one since, in any case. Yeah, probably. Ah, adventure! You come at an opportune moment. It would seem we have a visitor. I was pacing about, thinking of round rocks, when something in the shadows drew my eye. I caught only a brief glimpse, but it bore an uncanny resemblance to Quick Thinks' constant companion, Shinoa, was it? If the Coral is here, there's a good chance her Illuminati keepers are close by. We'd best track her down and quickly. Follow me. Coral? The cat? Oh, black coral. Really? To the untrained eye, this coral appears to be of an entirely new species, but in fact the only thing separating him from his mottled brethren is that his spots are so large they overlap with one another, rendering him completely black. Alright. Kill it. Just as I thought. It is Shinoa. Or is it? One coral kitten looks much the same as another, and she doesn't seem to have brought any of her friends. Well, the collar might be a dead giveaway. Over there! Uplanders, what are these snap crushings and... An Illuminati spy sent by Quick Things to observe our movements. Like as not. Given the sizable disadvantage at which we find ourselves, we thought it best to relieve him of duty. What? You actually did something? He spent his final moments babbling about all the Illuminati's deranged schemes. Claimed that once the final core was activated and Alexander fully operational, the fortress would gain the power to travel through time, taking them along with it. He seemed quite convinced that Quick Thinks was a prophet of sorts, a traveler from the future come to the present to return history to its proper state. Aye, and that's not the alphabet. According to him, the battle for history has already been won, and not by us. For the future is written in the Enigma Codex, and we but play our roles in it. Quick Thinks a traveler from the future? That would certainly explain how he was able to anticipate our every move. But could it be that he has already conquered the world of tomorrow? Have all our efforts been in vain? Don't flaps of crazy Illuminati make Braincase hurt. Backrix would speak of different subject. What brings Uplanders back to Shortstop? Having settled upon a plan of action, Sid and I were in the process of making our final preparations with Master Matoya when this kitten scampered in, meowing as if to beckon us. We duly followed her and she led us here, much to the dismay of the fellow at our feet. I'm not one to look a gift coral in the mouth, but something about all of this doesn't sit right with me. She has been at Quick Thinks' side, make that on his bloody head, every step on the way, and now she decides to betray her keepers. If the cat could speak our tongue, I would have a question or two for her. Mayhap even 3. I can't believe I'm even considering this, but then it wouldn't be the strangest thing I've heard today. You there, cat, you're Shanoa. Quick Thinks' little familiar, aren't you? 2 meows for yeah, 1 for nay. Meow, meow. Did she truly? Did you want to go home? Meow? 7 hells, I think the bloody furball might actually understand this. But that doesn't mean we can trust her. For all we know, she could be here to do her master's dirty work. A moment, Uplanders. Tongue flaps of Roundrocks come to Backrix's Braincase. 3 years ago, when Roundrocks found Codex Splinterstone, Roundrocks says Black Coral Child is there, onlooking. Backrix thinks nothing of this then, but now? You mean to imply that Shanoa here was present when we attempted the summoning? I very much doubt that. If she were a kitten 3 years ago, she would be a fully grown coral by now. Time stopped for her. Unless, that is, she took a shortcut through time. An implausible theory, I grant you, but one we cannot well dismiss in light of recent events. If true, it would raise a still more troubling possibility, that Roundrock's discovery of the Codex was no mere coincidence, but an event orchestrated by Quick Thinks to further his own ends. Oh, this just gets better and better. Look, whatever is going on here, we're not like to find out by standing around talking. We need to delve deeper into that fortress. And as luck would have it, Wedge claims his latest invention will allow us to do just that. I sent him and Biggs on ahead to the Maker's Quarter to perform their final tests. Meet them there when you're ready. I'll join you as soon as my own preparations are complete. Makasete. Walls. To travel back in time and set past wrongs right. Who could resist such temptation, and how grievous the consequences of surrendering to it? For in allowing the past to consume us and making our every choice, our every action the correct one, would we not cease to live in the present, and in turn lose sight of the future? 'Tis a path not to redemption, but to madness. Shot. All fired up and ready to go, are we? And I'd best hurry up and brief you on the task at hand. In a nutshell, we'll be attacking the Primal on 2 fronts. As we speak, Ishtola is leading an attempt to cut off the Primal's source of Aether. She is? Did I not take a screenshot? Our job, meanwhile, will be to head into the belly of the beast and rescue young Roundrocks. Without her to view the Enigma Codex for him, the Illuminati won't be able to turn back time anymore, giving us a fighting chance of beating the bastards. The chief reckons that the shortest path is through the giant's great fat noggin, the only problem being that it's inside the barrier. Not to worry though, Wedge's latest wonder will take care of that. He's dubbed it the BBG-2, which he tells me is short for Barrier Be Gone. First, the barrier doesn't just serve to keep folk out, it also keeps the primal in. That being why Mita and her maids raised the bleeding thing in the first place. So the moment it goes down, there will be nothing to stop the Colossus from running rampant, if it has a mind to. Which means we're going to need to move fast. The chief will take the Excelsior in as close as he can to Alexander's Head, where you'll jump off and secure us a way inside. Wasting no time, you'll then climb back aboard and Wedge will re-engage the barrier, all before our metal friend even knows what's happening. Got it? Good, because we've got our work cut out for us. Let's get going. The Eyes of the Creator. Let's do it then. Nice. Cheap, but nice. Hello? Moogle? Oh, Ashlot, dear Ashlot, my unfortunate assistant. I'm afraid that something rather awkward has come up, and I'm going to have to drop it right on your lap, Kupo. It's an urgent epistle from Bango Zango, Vice Chair of the Bruger Consortium. And to Bango Zango must it be returned. It was to be delivered to one Jijirun, a quackhorn who runs a trading post on the shores of Bronze Lake, but when I got there, the slippery devil was nowhere to be found. To make matters worse, he neglected to leave a forwarding address, Kupo. I was going to break the news to Master Zango myself, but who am I to deny an up-and-coming delivery aura such valuable experience? It's not often our service fails in its duties, so you'll have to be at your syncopatic best if he's to accept your apology. You'll find Master Zango just around the corner in the Octant. Good luck, Ashlot. The reputation of the Moogle delivery service rests on your shoulders, Kupo. PS4? What? Knowledge, my dear assistant, is the gift that keeps on giving. I've got letters today for a fellow who embodies that notion, Professor Lambertaint, Kupo. He's an authority on Aether, known for his passion and absent-mindedness. I'm sure you've heard of him. Lately, everyone is talking about his theories. Now, such a renowned scholar has many students, and these letters come from his best and brightest. So your task, my friend, is to deliver the mail to Lambertaint in Camp Tribone. Make sure to get it there promptly, as a good postwoman should, Kupo. Oh, the pop-in? Oh, right. Does this not happen on PS4? On PS5, I mean? Yes, I'm Bango Zango, second chair of the Bruger Consortium. And who are you, pray tell? If you have business with me, you'll need to make an appointment with my... What? My letter's been returned to sender? Not known at this address? Gods damn it! I never should have trusted that double-dealing quackword. The minute I threatened to call in his debts, the blasted rat is a moonlight flight. Forgive my outburst. It's Shizirun I'm angry with, not you. He borrowed a sizable sum from the consortium, but he's fallen behind on his repayments. This letter was to be our final demand. Sad to say, it seems the wretch has taken the money and ran. It's a sorry state for a once shrewd trader to find himself in. He was the first to set up a trading post in Upper Lenosia after the calamity, straddling the fence between everyone from the kobolds to the maelstrom, and raking in a pretty packet from all sides. He ran it with his brother, Mimirun, but they had a falling out some years back, a disagreement about the direction of the business, or so they say. Whatever the reason, it led to Mimirun sticking out on his own and setting up his own little trading post in Oakwood. They've been rivals ever since. Perhaps that's when the rot set in. Mimirun's fortunes have gone from strength to strength, but Shizirun, well, the only thing he's gained in the past few years is an ever-increasing mountain of debt. I had every confidence he would turn it around, but it seems my faith was misplaced. And what faith it was! Were he to default on his loan, it would have serious implications for the consortium's finances. I need you to do me a favor, adventurer. Return to Upper Lenosia and color this rat for me. Mayhap his brother has some idea where he has scurried off to? An evil genius, that's the worst kind. Again? Come on, I have plenty of mounts. I don't want the doll. I always forget this area exists. Welcome, customer. Welcome to shop at Mimirun's shop. Mimirun's brother, cousin brother, run away with shiny shinies. Mimirun no know where Jijirun go. Mimirun and Jijirun always fighting fights, never talking talk. Mimirun keep to Mimirun's side and keep away from Jijirun's side. Mimirun worked for a long time at Jijirun's shop a long time ago. Mimirun spot good spots for new shop, but Jijirun say he want to stay put in Jijirun's shop spot. Move here, Mimirun say, but Jijirun no one to hear and no one to move. Quarrelsome Jijirun quarrel with Mimirun. Go away, he say. So away Mimirun go. Mimirun moved to a new place and set up new setup. Never ever talking talk with Jijirun ever since. Everyone cross with Jijirun? Everyone thinks Jijirun cross everyone? Jijirun need help, and helpful Mimirun help. Look in Jijirun shop. Jijirun leave shop, but maybe leave hints that hint where Jijirun go. This was awful. Well. I helped. I really didn't. Arrogance, have you watched What If? You did? What did you think? What's your business here, darling? Mango Zango sent you to look for a missing traitor? Same here. Seems the consortium ain't taking no chances when it comes to tracking down this Jijurun character. What say we work together then, lass? I put the shakes on the shopkeep over yonder already. He don't got a glimmer where old boy's got to. Says this pile over here is Jijurun's stash, but there ain't nothing but chocobo feed. Hardly worth clinching when it comes down to it. Though he might have taken loot with him, but the only thing missing's what was in this here chest, according to yon shopkeep. It were not but a pile of Mamulja coinage, and that ain't worth its way in shite to anyone this side of the deep. Excepting the Mamulja, that is. No Eorzean merchant would touch that stuff with a 40-yawn barge pole, but chances are it's still of some value to the beasts. Here, you don't reckon the rat bastard's gone off to hire himself a lizard-man army, do ya? There's a band of scaly buggers hanging around northwards, but a quackword's one thing and the Mamulja's another. I ain't getting paid enough to go poking me nose in lizard business. I'll head back to Limsa and report to Zango. Don't be getting yourself in any trouble now, lass. I thought that episode was the biggest wasted potential ever. Alright, time to deactivate the barrier. For the chorus, I don't know, man. Smoke's too thick, can't see a damn thing. You'll have to press on alone. The comic wasn't disappointing. What? That's pretty cool. Faust, Zetto. Oh, we're already getting in? But it was fun, it was much more fun outside. That is an ugly thing. What the fuck? Ooh. Refurbisher. I still think this song sounds like Spice Up Your Life from Spice Girls. What? Full Metal Fast. Kill fast in southeast. Don't let him touch lava. Power generator. What are they doing to the other ones? LB. Okay, well. Are these materials like different every kind? Shit. Damn. Now I got it? That's weird. Fine work, old friend. Thanks to you, we have our way in. Stay where you are, we're coming. But first, now that you're clear, we had best get that barrier back up before the big fellow gets restless. Wedge, ready the BBG-2 and reactivate the barrier on my mark. Mark! Excellent timing, Ishtola. Ashlat has done it. We have a clear path into the heart of the beast. Good. It is a relief to hear that at least one side of the operation proceeded according to plan. The same may not be said for the other. Our efforts to cut off the primal source of Aether proved wholly ineffective. Quite why, I cannot say, though. I am hopeful that one among us can. What? Mire? On the basis that she summoned the damn thing, you mean? I think you'd better explain. Like all primals, Alexander constantly draws Aether from its surroundings, both to sustain itself and to gain in strength. Master Matoya and I believed we could disrupt, or at the very least inhibit, this process by means of Arcanima. Creating a vast, impassable etheric membrane between the primal and the land from which it drinks, aye. Which is why the old witch had me place those infernal devices of hers in every nook and cranny of this place. Are you telling me they don't work? Yes and no. As far as we can tell, the Arcanima are functioning precisely as intended, and yet for reasons we have been unable to ascertain, they have had no measurable effect on the primal. Alright, out with it, Mire. If there is anything you haven't told us, we need to hear it now. We're running out of options. I fear it will not avail us, but very well. It all began with a curious encounter in my younger days. I was out playing on my own one day when a stranger appeared before me. He told me anything my heart wished for could be mine if I but heeded his words. In my youth I did not fully comprehend what the man was proposing at the time. Nevertheless, his words seemed to burn themselves into my very soul. Reunite the scattered shards of the Enigma Codex, he said, and perform the sacred rite before the ruins that yet stand strong against the river's flow. Then, and only then, shall your hopes and dreams become reality. With that he handed me a relic, a horn with a tip of metal, which seemed so foreign as to hail from another world. It would serve as a catalyst for the summoning, he explained. A gift from your friend, Travanchet. And then he was gone. Travanchet. I know the man. Our paths crossed during my time in Limsa, in the days before the calamity. I might have guessed that the Asians had a hand in this. The horn of which you speak was once rumored to reside on Seal Rock. It is a lost relic of the ancients with the power to manipulate the etheric energy in the very air around us. The Scions have long pursued the horn, fearing the devastation that might ensue were an artifact of such power to fall into the wrong hands. Finally, I do begin to see. If I have the right of it, Alexander's Third Corps is using the horn to draw Aether from far and wide. 'Tis little wonder our plan failed. Even without moving an ilm, the Primal possesses the means to drain not just this land of Aether, but our very star. Then our course is clear. If the old witch's magics won't avail us, we shall just have to get inside and dismantle the core the old-fashioned way. Indeed, and yet we must be wary. We have seen the course of time reversed once before. We may well see it again. Even should we succeed in destroying our target, there is naught to prevent the Illuminati from simply returning the stricken core to its previous state. Aye, they are free to turn back the clock again and again, the Primal growing stronger all the while. So what do we do then? We can't just give up. No, we press on, lest we forget. Controlling Alexander requires the Codex, and the Codex is but a useless piece of stone without the mind of the Gobby girl. If we can rescue Round Rocks, Quick Thinks will have no way to flip the hourglass. The Circle of Knowing once tasked me with recovering the horn, and 'twas through mine own negligence that Travanchet acquired it. That it now endangers our world is my responsibility. Even were I not a scion, I would do all in my power to make amends. Whatever assistance I can offer, it is yours. Then it begins. I'll send word to our friends in Edilshire. Biggs, Wedge, ready the Excelsior. Ashlot, prepare for departure. Let Operation Rescue Round Rocks commence. It's the same cat? Future cat? Schrodinger's cat? Seven hells, it wasn't enough that those Illuminati lunatics had a bleeding time machine, was it? It had to be a time machine with the power to destroy the whole bleeding world. I mean, I'm used to the future of Eorzea being at stake, but this is the future, past and present, all rolled into one. We have to get Round Rocks out of there before those gobbies can put any more of their crazy schemes in motion. Speaking of gobbies, have you talked to old Beckrix lately? Turns out the kitten you met wasn't Chanel after all, just a doppelganger. He's already taken a little furball back to Shortstop and given it a name. Schrödinger, or however you pronounce it. Anyway, I'd best be heading back that way myself. See you there, Ashtot. He's right there. He's right next to me. Meow. Oh, Backrix sees Sonoa on top of Whirligog Giant. This is different Coral Kitten, so Backrix names are Schrödinger. What does it mean? Backrix does not know. I don't remember how to do this. Look out. Ready to head back into the belly of the beast, Ashlot? Alright, let's get this rescue mission off the ground. First, some good news. While the barrier was down, we were able to get our first good look inside Alexander's innards. As far as we can tell, Randrox is being held captive in what seems to be the central control chamber of the whole Colossus, called, helpfully, Central Control. As to how we reach it, do you remember when you infiltrated Midas, there was that cavernous room with the dirty great city in it? Well, we've spotted one of those floating platforms which goes back and forth between there and the place we need to get to. The quickest route to the city is straight through the giant's head. You'll go in through the hatch you opened for us last time. Take care of any guards and secure the platform I mentioned. Meanwhile, the chief and the others will be making their way to you via Midas after setting out in advance to sweep the place for any nasty surprises. Once you've all rendezvoused, it's time to storm the control room, while me and Wedge stage a little diversion. Got all that? Good. Then let's crack some Illuminati skulls. The breath of the Creator. Well then. I'm pretty tired today. Not sure I'm gonna last all night. See that? I'd like it. Oh, it's 800, not 600. Nani? Oh. I can only possess one of the items. Right? Wait, what happened? Did I not say yes? Okay. Hmm. Oh. Is there a summoning bell around here? Let's visit the junk monger. Well, it's Melty's cousin. Right to party. Family discount. I'm not Melty. The breath of the creator. Friends of family discount. You name drop Melty. I might. Better to name drop Melty than to actually drop Melty, because it might be too high for him to fall. Might break something. This is a single potato in this world that hasn't heard of the famous tater tot that reached for the stars and climbed atop the merchant's counter. It's true. Uh-oh. Throw hold of me. It's what? Lame brick strike box. Try not to touch the plates with the symbols. Ah, shit, what I just did. I didn't even see the plates until that happened. Oh. We will not be told what to do. You don't pay my sub. I will touch the symbol if I want to. Touch it. Touch the symbol inside me. Hey, someone else didn't want to be told what to do. What is this? That doesn't look good. Right. Holy shit. I didn't expect these attacks to be so fast. What? How did he one-shot me? Oh, he's dead. The excruciator? Hi. I've never seen anyone say, "You don't pay my sub," but apparently it's a common thing to say in this game. Excellent work, old friend. That platform is our shortcut to the heart of the machine. All seems quiet on our front, so... Seven hells, we got company. Ah, there you are, Shot. We were met by a small welcoming party, but it was nothing we couldn't handle. Biggs and Wedge just contacted me as well. They're headed here as we speak. Round Rocks! What a game. So this is the Enigma Codex. And that must be the third and final core. 12 of mercy. If you could but see the volume of aether issuing from it. School? Yes, much swirly bright. Time wings can spread. Travel to overtimes. Make bad things good again. Could it be? Do we truly have the power to change the past? I could erase my mistakes. I could see him again. 3 years ago, Mide lost dear one. Mide wants dear one back. Yes? Round Rocks. Round Rocks helps Mide. Round Rocks, now you must save your strength. Mide worries too much. Round Rocks is strong gobby. Blenders, hold on to brain cases. Time wings, spread. Seven hells, has the girl gone mad? Stop this, Round Rocks. Stop, I say. Hey, only 2 years after the calamity. Biggs? Where are we? And why is everything spinning? Biggs, Wedge, can you hear me? Round Rocks has engaged Alexander's time distortion mechanism. We're hurling into the past. We're what? Oh boy. Still not convinced this is a real game. Why? What the fuck? Melty, thank you for the race of... for the whole 47 months of subbing possibilities. Migs, over there! You're not going to believe this! Huh? What's Mayday doing down there with those? Hold on! They're performing the summoning ritual! Bugger me! You really are in the past! That's being that delusional, I mean supported. Oof. What are the Seven Hills? Someone's taking control of the Colossus. Hold tight, I think it's about to go berserk. Hero, this isn't alright. We must abort the summoning. Quick, Mayday, the seal. Diane, no! Oh? What is Metal making Keaton doing? It would seem we are back in our own time. Oh, past is made right, and we return to no times. Ah, I get it. Treasure hunters' friends die, as it is writ, as it must be. The planners serve quick things well today. Oh, the blenders are not grasping meaning. Quick things breaks into bitty pieces. Fit in a blender's tiny brain cases. Time is flat round shape. All things the blenders and gobbies did are doing and will do. Things happen over and over and over again for all times. So when Mita and their friends attempted to summon Alexander 3 years ago, what they actually saw was us traveling in time. But that's madness. So where's the point of origin? Time is an endless circle. My failure, my pain, my suffering, it was all doomed to unfold like this from the very beginning. Let us away, quickly! Mide must hurry. No, nothing remains for me out there. My future, my past, my reason for being. It all ended before it ever began. Mide! But now he doesn't know the future anymore. Chief, Stola, and Round Rocks. Gods, I've never been so bloody glad to see you. I thought we'd never make it back in one. Wait, where's Mide? Oh, Mide stays behind in Giant of Worldly Cogs, all because of Round Rocks. Round Rocks must go back to Giant of Worldly Cogs. Save Mide. You leave that to us, child. Wedge, get Jessie on that link pearl and tell her to bring the Excelsior around. Though I don't much care for the answer, we finally know the truth behind the events of that day 3 years past. The Illuminati masterminded the massacre and, through some ungodly trick of time, it was us that brought them there to do the deed. What about Mide? The only thing keeping her going was the hope that her post soul lived on in the machine, but seeing what happened to the poor bastard. Aye, we witnessed the truth with our own eyes. Sucked into the core of the Colossus to sate the primal's appetite. If what remains of him, it is no more than heat and light. Quick Thing says the future's already been writ, eh? That we're fighting a losing battle. Well, we got a thing or two to say about that, don't we, Ashlot? Red Rock's is safe with us, which means the Illuminati won't be turning back time on us anymore, and that's not all. Thanks to your efforts, we got ourselves a straight path to the third and final core. Aye, the very heart of the Colossus. Put it out of action and the whole thing will grind to a halt. Let's go, Ashlot. We'll show the Illuminati that the future is yet to be decided, and save Mide while we're at it. Also, please take Round Rocks to, like, Limsa. No access to the heart of the creator, Alexander. Let's do it. Rufux TV, thank you for the raid. How are you? How was your stream? Alexander, the heart of the creator. When you get the chance, you want to go inside? During the last fight. This isn't the last one, is it? Okay. I mean, I expect a fight with the actual primal. Is the last one the hardest one of them all? That would make sense. Isn't your definition of hard? My definition of hard is Insomniac's Wolverine. And then there's the opposite, which is Gran Turismo. Who's heading into Platinum territory? If you mean doing too many games, I mean, that's always been Insomniac. Just look at their output for the past 10, 20 years. Not that high profile though. A bunch of Ratchets, a Resistance, Sunset Overdrive. They've done many, many games in 20 years. Let's go. The stack marker. Arrows pointing inwards toward you means everyone go to that person. Right? First time that happened in the Sky Pirate raids, I didn't remember what it was, but I looked it up. Or actually, people were like, "What the fuck" in chat, and I thought, "Oh, was that the stack marker?" Because then I remembered a Zepla video where she was like, if you get this, run away from everyone. Then I thought, oh, this means it's probably to stack on you. Is that Ark? It is! Holy shit! Oh, thanks for waiting, guys. Oh, I guess they are waiting. Cruise Chaser. Power Rangers. Well, there was a Voltron fight, so makes sense. Focus on ad or not that important? Right. Is that the opposite of the stack marker? That I've never seen. Unless I'm very confused, I don't think I've ever seen that one. What are we doing? Open duct? Okay. Bye everyone. How do you get on? You just jump? Not be slow? Okay. But it's by touching those things that I try to touch? Oh. Oh. This time there was nothing I could have done. I'll parry when I play Blue Mage. You pop second wind first. That is what I was trying to do. Yeah, no. not hit any skills, you stay immune for a bit. Really? I did not know that. Any skills or like, can you move? Can you hit sprint? Okay. More time to hear the music. That's a fair point. Activate time maneuver. What? What did it say? Am I doing anything? Do I need to do anything? Lobby Lazuli. What do I do with it? I hide? No? Are they hitting it? Yes. Oh boy. Oh, the shield is what we hit. I don't really know what to do with the coils. To be honest, I don't even know where the other targets are. I see a bunch of things, but... Okay. Like Garuda. What? Oh man, I almost did a clean fight without dying, and I died at the last second. We all died at the last second, still alive. Fair point. I somehow got a combination. Must have been the last guy to go. Outstanding, I thought. Another Illuminati creation. Reduced to scrap metal. I wager the mere sight of you is enough to send the gummies scurrying back to the drawing board. There it is, the heart of the beast. Only now that I see it up close do I comprehend the true scale of the thing. To reach this size in so short a space of time, the core must be taking in either at a positively ungodly rate. I'd be willing to wager that it can regrow itself faster than we could ever hope to chip away at it. Which means we'll need to change tech. The central control room houses everything required to operate the Colossus. It's not inconceivable that it might offer us a way to regulate, or even shut off, the flow of Aether to the core. Of course, any attempt to control Alexander is doomed to fail, without the guidance of the Enigma Codex, and there is only one person alive who can access its secrets. But Chief, do we really need to drag the poor girl back here? What if she falls into Illuminati hands again? What is he reading? If the book was dropped before this happened, then there's nothing else to read. Score, a blender's waste, their tongue flaps. Quick thinks has seen future. True future, and it ends badly for a blenders. Very, very badly. We saw the moment where he got the book. The blenders think they just lazy walk into central control. Quick thinks not. All passages are sealed. All floaty boards disabled. Only way left open is here, through court chamber. And when a blenders come next, it will be a blenders end times. Quick thinks has seen it. Huh? Oh. Wait, what? Is it just me, or are you getting the feeling we've seen all this happen before? Whose side are you on, anyway? the cat is the primal. Oh, it is Water Book of Backrix. And look, writings end where Backrix leaves off when Shanoa sends Water Book Spinny falling from Backrix's fingers. What, you mean to say the book Quick Things has been reading from all this time is your journal? The same journal that slipped from your hands when we traveled back in time? So that's how he was able to anticipate our every move. He's no prophet, just a gobby with illusions of grandeur in a diary from the future. So, the glorious bleeding future he was always going on about, the one that was writ, was nothing but Backrix's record of the stuff we'd already seen? Bugger me, I've just had a thought. Hoy, cat, are you Schrodinger from the shortstop, or are you Quick Things familiar Shanoa? Twice per year, was it, Chief? I bleeding knew it. She's both. After Schrodinger went tumbling from the Colossus, and don't ask me how she survived the drop, Quick Things found her, took her in, and gave her a new name. It's like there are two cats, but also one, at the same time. Setting aside for the moment the question of whether or not that even makes sense, what possessed that confounded cat, whatever you want to call her, to do all this in the first place? I swear all she's done is made a right old mess of everything. Now, witch. Taking out our frustrations on a meowing kitten won't get us any closer to dismantling the core. Getting back to the crux of the matter. Backrix, you said the journal ends right where you left off, yes? It's nothing but blank pages from that point on? Do you hear that, everyone? The Quick Things would have us believe otherwise the future from here onward, that is still to be written. And I'll be damned if we won't be the ones to write it. They just abandoned the cat inside the Colossus? I mean, he certainly screwed things up, so I guess that's okay. Oh, future book is gone, but no matter. All knowings of true times are safe up here in Quick Think's brain case. Quick Think's is chosen one. Tremender of history, truth is unchanging. Oh, true times choose Quick Things to do their bidding. True times send Shanoa into past, deliver to Quick Things knowings of future. True times live inside, guiding all of Quick Things' doing. Every tongue flap, every busy deal, every brain spark of Quick Things brings a world closer and closer to perfection. Guides Illuminati to rightful place as rulers of New World Order. True times will not be unmade by ignorant uplanders. Go. Quick Things needs no future book. No gobby girl. Quick Things needs nothing and no one but oneself. But own self. Future has chosen, and future chooses Quick Things. Yes, even now, power granted by true times wells from Quick Things' fingertips. Power beyond understanding of uplanders' feeble brain cases. Alexander, Overwater of true times, deliver divine judgment on ignorant uplanders and crush them out of existence for all times. Oh? You know, I think this story lacks a good antagonist. The goblins. I can't take the goblins seriously, and when I realized that I was supposed to, I was like, what? When is it changing focus from the goblin? Oh, it's not. Okay, well. Let me see if I got this straight. 3 years ago, the quick things of back then found a journal that the backricks have now dropped, which was only possible because we traveled into the past with that time being a circle and all that. So he had a look inside and, not knowing the truth of the matter, got it into his head that he was some sort of prophet chosen to set history straight, and that Shanoa, who miraculously delivered the book to him, was a messenger from the future sent to show him the way. That's all well and good, but the question remains. Why did that bloody cat start all this in the first place? What could she possibly stand to gain from setting in motion this ridiculously convoluted series of events? Another answer found, another question raised, eh, Oshlet? Yeah? Judgment Day. Alright, Oshlet, this is it. We still don't know exactly how we're going to disable the core, but we do know that our only chance is to get back to that central control room. We also know that there's only one way in, and that Quick Things isn't going to let us through without a fight. Now, we can be pretty sure he can't see the future. Not anymore, at least. And without Runrocks to read the codex for him, he won't be turning back time on us either. But he's still a power-mad maniac, with some of the deadliest machina in the realm at his disposal. And after losing that book of his, I'd wager his trigger finger is feeling pretty bleeding itchy. We'd best be ready for a battle in the hell. Muscle against metal, man against machine, gods, I don't know whether to laugh, cry, or soil myself. Mayhap all three. Here comes the chief now, it's time to move out. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time moves on in perfect past, giving way to perfect future. Worthy or unworthy of place in New World Order, Alexander will judge. Yes, all is as Quick Things foresees. Truth, Hammer of Alexander, falls on the Uplanders. Ignorant and unworthy are not welcome in Illuminati future. Here Uplanders meet their end times. What? Freeze-time field is deactivated? Huh? No matter. Uplanders will be reduced to smolder dust. Fire! Damn, look at Ashlot being cool. 7 health. Now that was a bit too close for comfort. Is everyone alright? A Colossus inside the Colossus. Look, I don't know what that thing was, but I'm pretty damn sure I know where it went. Or more accurately, when. If I'm not mistaken, what we're looking at is a localized distortion of time. The question is, when our metal friend will reappear? Better not to wait, lest it catches unawares. Ashlat, I need you to head into the distortion and dismantle that thing. But secure a path to center control while you do. Good luck. That might be the orb you gotta go into. In the thing. Okay. The soul of the creator. Alright. Let me take a quick break and I will be back to finish the Alexander raids. Alright, we're back. Don't call my name Alejandro. Also, hi Cyan, how are you? The soul of the creator, let's do this. I'm quite certain we just witnessed another manipulation of time. But by whom? With Roundrock's gone and the Enigma Codex rendered useless, it can't very well be the Illuminati. Could Alexander have a will of its own? At any rate, we stand ohms from the core, the very heart of a primal. Whatever the true nature of the entity that awaits you in there, you can be sure it'll be like no foe you've faced before. Godspeed, Ashwat. Oof. Gonna been out drinking on Thursday. Talk about a narrow escape. If I'd been standing so much as a yalm to the left, I'd be a pair of smoking boots by now. Anyway, we'd better get on with securing the area so that Ishtola can bring up the rear with Roundrocks. We didn't want to drag the poor child back here. Watching football, nice, nice. Why you gotta assume Simon was just out drinking? I didn't assume, I asked. I foresee another minstrel's ballad. Never stand in front of him, first of all. He will cleave you. Well, and people didn't let him say anything else. Well, that attacks to the side too. Ten diagonal, he shoots across. Shit. What is this icon? Oh. Like David, I'm an addict to an online game as well. Read that online too addictive. Oh no. I'm so sorry, Cyan. Is it free? Don't you have to buy the game? Executing Judgment Protocol in 10 seconds. Tanks usually LB here. They have full LB, they can. Huh? I didn't get there. I didn't get it. Shouldn't turn the iron wheel on. There's no monthly sub to it. Right. Tanks usually LB. The mistake was that tanks didn't LB. Got a tank LB3 that? Okay. They're saying that in chat now. Shit. I got a little confused there because one of the moves didn't go off. Who do you even LB though? LB3? Oh, tanks LB is protection. I've never seen it before. That's pretty cool. If you have a green marker over you, do not stack. Okay. What? Oh. Ah, I'm flying. Shit. When teleport pods appear, DPS use them to kill ads inside. There. Is it one-on-one? Make sure to look down at the other people. That was you down there? Oh, I didn't see it. Are we hiding behind them? Nice. That was really fun. Alexander complete. There's a minstrel ballad for this, I assume. You do not disappoint, old friend. The path to the control room is clear. Everyone, follow me. The flow of aether to the core must be stopped. Pray lend us your strength one more time, child. Well, I killed the primal. Shouldn't it be stopped anyway? It's just an empty shell. Oh, when quick thinks wins back time, doings of Uplanders will be undone. History will be rewritten and the Illuminati will rule over New World Order. Ha! If you think you can take Round Rocks from us, you're welcome to try. Score, foolish Uplanders, knowings of the Enigma Codex are not known to just one. What in the damn thing's responding to him? Oh, Uplanders are slow seeing. Quick things never needed Gobby Girl from beginning. When the final core is activated and Alexander fully awakens, its power will be such that it could entirely consume any who sought to control it. You were too craven to risk your own life until you had no choice. Oh, treasure hunter. The treasure hunter is too slow coming. Future has chosen. You poor deluded fool. You never did work it out, did you? The future doesn't choose us. We choose the future. Nice. It was a long time coming. Now, child. I hope they destroy this thing instead of putting it away somewhere. So the knowledge in the Enigma Codex allowed you to disable the core. Power stores are depleting rapidly. Without a steady supply of aether, it's only a matter of time before the whole thing grinds to a halt and fades away. Oh, Round Rocks is glad to see Treasure Hunter safe. But how is Treasure Hunter sneaky hiding from Illuminati? I don't know. There was a great shaking and I was thrown from my feet into some dark, cramped place. I must have lost consciousness, because I don't remember anything until a few moments ago. Huh. Looks to me like you had a nice nap in a rubbish chute. But what matters is that you're safe, and with that, I think we can declare this operation a success. I feel the presence of the horn beneath us. It and the core have become as one, forming an instrument of unbridled destruction. If we do not stop the core now, it will soon grow beyond the ability of anyone to contain. It is little wonder our foe was loath to reach out to it with his own hand. Quick Thinks had a few tricks up his sleeve right to the end, eh? With Round Rocks, we saw the Codex grant its knowledge to a child with a pure, innocent belief in its ideals. Seeing Quick Things do the same, it would seem that crazed obsession is a suitable substitute. Not that it availed him much in the end. It's the Final Fantasy XIV version of teabagging. The chief says the advanced calculating device inside the Colossus, Alexander's brain, if you will, is still running on auxiliary power. See that device glowing right over there? There are ones just like it installed all over the place. In that sense, I suppose it's like the entire Colossus is one giant brain. If Alexander put its full mind to something, why, I bet it could conceive of things beyond our mortal comprehension. Poor Mita, eh? The last truly believed that our beloved was alive somewhere inside the steel beast. Can't imagine how she's feeling now. Roundrocks is so happy that Mita is safe. Roundrocks has so many treasures to show Mita back at Shortstop. I truly remember nothing. It was as if I was floating in a vast dark emptiness, and yet I was not afraid, for it was as if a great presence surrounding me in every direction was watching over me, its eyes gentle. It would seem our work here is done. Let us take our leave. Theodore, didn't we kill that bastard? Psst, psst. Negative, Quick Things being better built own body. Made stronger than ordinary Gavi. Quick Things is not unmade by simple flesh wound. Better built? Seven hells, that's not a mask, that's his face. He's more machina than goblin. Again. Stop! That's enough goblin shenanigans. Oh, Alexander, Lord of Steel and Whirlycogs, outspread wings of time, let ignorant and unworthy feel divine judgment. Didn't we kill Alexander? The Codex responds. He means to return to the past. Access denied. What means this? This red glow. Alexander is refusing to obey his commands. Alexander, drunk brain machine, quick thinks his chosen one. Tongue flaps of quick things must be obeyed. Good. It would seem Alexander has achieved what a simple flesh wound could not. Quick Things' permanent deactivation. Quite how and why is less clear. If I didn't know better, I would say the machine had a mind of its own. Diane, my love, could it truly be you? You weren't there all this time, weren't you? Watching over me, keeping me safe. Did it just blink twice? Bugger me, the machine's actually talking to her. So his soul really was in the primal all this time. Chief, is that even possible? The core, without the Codex to brittle its power, it rages out of control. It drinks in Aether like no primal I've ever known. We must stop it now, let the Eorzea be bled dry. Finally I see. This is why you summoned me to this place. Isn't it, my love? Well, she is standing right next to a hole. I thank you for guiding me here, Ashlot, and Round Rocks. Know that I shall always treasure the time we shared. Farewell, my friends. Mide, no, Mide must not go. What does this accomplish exactly? My friends, leave this place. Leave now. Fear not, Alexander will trouble you no longer. What is the cat, though? My love, what is this place? How best to put it? We stand inside a mathematical simulation, calculated and projected by the device at the heart of the Colossus. One might equally say this is the dream that Alexander dreams. And what of our companions? Are they... Their fate was not mine to change, Mire. All that came to pass did so for a reason. History is as it was, as it should be, free of the paradoxes that spelled its undoing. From this place, unfettered by the mortal construct of time, Alexander looks out upon past, present, and future, seeing infinite possibilities. I see what it sees and feel what it feels. This perfect machine born from yearnings for an ideal world. Oh, if you could see the worlds we have seen. A world in which the Illuminati rule history with an iron fist, every nation brought under their yoke. A world in which Alexander spread wide the wings of time and swept the lesser moon from the heavens, averting the calamity. Alexander dreamed all the realities imaginable, all the realities mathematically computable, and in the end reached a single logical conclusion. It would change nothing and erase itself from existence. But why? Alexander possesses the power to travel through time and space, and reshape history for the better, but such power comes at a great cost. The sheer quantity of aether consumed in the process means that Alexander itself would, mayhap not immediately, but inevitably bring ruin to this world. This perfect machine, the supreme manifestation of logic and science, deemed its own existence a threat. And so it chose to do nothing, to leave history untouched and the future in the hands of man, with all his imperfections. Such was Alexander's divine judgment. A time will come when the fate of this world is placed in the hands of one warrior. For reasons hidden to me, the future from that day forth remains shrouded in mystery, beyond even the Colossus' ability to calculate. And yet Alexander chose to believe in that woman and the light within her. I met that woman, my love. I believe in her, too. There was but a single time Alexander was spurred to action, not to change history, but to preserve it. The summoning of the Colossus and the events that followed had potentially disastrous consequence for our reality, its fabric strained to accommodate an infinite number of potential futures, separated by nary a thread. Were the wings of time to fall into the hands of the Illuminati, the repercussions would be dire indeed. History would be rewritten over and over again, each time bleeding the land of Aether. In the end, the Colossus would usher in another calamity. To prevent this tragedy, to preserve the circle of time as it had already been set in motion, Alexander sent forth a humble servant to do its bidding. A clockwork coil, an eternal child, to gently nudge history back onto its proper path. And now but one task remains. Having become one with the Orn, the core is well nigh indestructible. It would only regrow itself until it bled the world dry, and so we must heed Alexander's wish and seal it away, far from the reach of man. A closed pocket of space-time, a fraction of an instant that will repeat in perpetuity for all eternity. There is where the core must go, and us with it. Don't you see, my love? We are already there. In coming here to you, I have closed the circle of time. I am all but certain of it. When I accepted the horn all those years ago, the man who gave it to me said that it had the power to grant any wish. And so as I took it in hand, I prayed and prayed with every ounce of my will for the one true desire in my heart. To be with you, forever. That is a roundabout way of granting that wish. Ranrox is back in Idilshire with the chief. Everyone's safe and sound, except for Mide, that is. The poor lass always had a flair for the dramatic, but to think she'd throw herself into the core. It's odd, though. I could have sworn I heard their voice in there, saying the Colossus would trouble us no more, or something of the sort. And for what it's worth, it has been sleeping like a baby ever since we got out. And that's not the half of it. Take a closer look inside the barrier, Ashlot. It's like time is standing still. Buggered if I know what it all means, but I'd like to believe Mide and her love somehow sealed away the core for us. Softens the blow a bit, you know? So many music. Phew, I'm still not sure how we managed it, but I'm just happy to be out of that godforsaken place in one piece. Of course, it's a damn shame what happened to Mide. Hold on a moment, Ashlot. She's what? Aye, aye, Chief, leave it to us. Bloody hell, Ashlot, Ranrock's gone missing. I've been worried sick about the poor lass ever since we got back. I mean, how would you feel if you saw your best friend throw herself into a running engine? I'll wager she's run off somewhere the two of them used to frequent together. Wes and I will have a look around here. Why don't you search the collector's quarter? Come on, let's find her before she gets herself into any more trouble. In terms of XP, I think I did most of these with a level 70 Dragoon, and I barely got any XP. Oh, it is Uplander. Why does Uplander come to this place? Ranrox is sorry for worrying, Uplanders. Ranrox just wants to go to a quiet place and do some back thinking. Running out of giant of whirlycogs. Ranrox feels something rattling in pocket, so Ranrox reaches in and cannot believe what she finds. Rattling thing is glowstone, Ranrox's favorite treasure. Oh, but it is dark. Even with many tryings, glowstone does not glow for Ranrox. Not anymore. There you are, child. We were worried sick about you. What's that, Ashlot? Is aught amiss? The Codex no longer responds to her touch. Intriguing, if not entirely surprising. Were I to guess, I would hazard that it's because this experience has served to open her eyes. The Enigma Codex was born from one man's all-consuming pursuit of perfection. Its knowledge sealed off from any who harbored even a sliver of doubt as to the merits of the ideals it espoused. Quick thinks, Mide in her youth, Ranrox. Though their reasons might differ, arrogance, youthful idealism, childish innocence, none thought to question the words within, and so the Codex opened itself to them. But now Ranrox has seen with her own eyes what blind devotion to ideals can bring. And she is not the naive child she was before. Aye, it's all well and good to dream of building something perfect. But sooner or later, you have to stop dreaming and start doing, hammering it together by your own hand, with your own blood, sweat, and tears. In doing so, you are forced to confront your own failings and deal with your frustration at the world's unfortunate habit of falling below expectations. Hells, there may come a time when you just want to tear the whole bloody thing apart and start again. But more often than not, you emerge from it all with something you can hold on to and carry with you into the future. And that will do a damn sight more for you than any starry-eyed idea. Oh, Brown Rocks understands. Brown Rocks will collect more and more junk, build city of great treasures with own ends. Brown Rocks has just one wish. Not glowing glowstone is piece of Mide's dream. Brown Rocks would give back to Mide. A noble wish, child. Would that we could grant it, but I fear the steel giant, and all that lies within that barrier is far beyond the reach of mortal hands. Frozen in a single moment until the end of time. That's a fate I'd not wish on anyone. Yeah. Well, look who it is. You have a real knack for turning up underfoot, don't you? What is that floor? That floor looks disgusting. I am reminded of the apparent ease with which this little coil seemed to slip in and out of the Colossus, were it not for the small matter of time having stopped in there. I'd send her in with Round Rock's glowstone without a moment's hesitation. Mew, mew. 2 mews? Might that suggest a willingness to try? Mew, mew. Giving a stone to a cat in hopes of delivering it to 2 souls trapped in time. Now I think we've seen everything. Do you think those 2 will ever be free of that place? Mayhap one day, when the perfect future they sought to bring about becomes a reality. In that sense, one might even say their fate is in our hands. Go. Leave to Round Rocks. Round Rocks works hard, built, sparkly, shining future for me there. As shall we, child. And with that I thought we must take our leave. For all you have done to stave off yet another primal threat, you have our gratitude. I contacted Biggs and Wedge to let them know that they can call off the search. Needless to say, they were relieved to hear that Round Rocks is safe. It was also a matter they were looking to discuss with you. They said they'd be waiting for you back at the short stop. If you will be returning to the shortstop, I would ask a small favor of you as well. Pray deliver this volume to Backrix and tell him I believe it is that which he seeks. Till next we meet, Scott. Oh, now Round Rocks is safe at shortstop and Backrix is easy breathing. Uplanders have thanks of Backrix. Uplanders being present for Backrix? This is Charlene Legend Book from Ishtola. Backrix has waited for Legend Book for a long time. Backrix has been reading about many things about Enigma Codex, and blue-haired Uplander that writes it. Maybe these knowings will save Gobbyflock from Giant of Whirlycogs. Thinks Backrix. Now Giant of Whirlycogs sleeps and Gobbyflock is safe. But still, Backrix would fill braincaves with knowings, fill pages of Watcher Book with data. Let Backrix see. Yes, it is just as Backrix. Oh, are Backrix's eyes playing tricks on him? Boy, are you feeling alright there? You look like you've seen a ghost. Page tells fairy legend of Goat tribe, uplanders of blue hair. Many years ago, in old times, Two children, boy and girl, outstep from belly of great steel tight giant. Two children grow to man and woman, becoming father and mother of great people of Hotko. Names of two are Diane and Mide. Look at hand drawing, even faces are same looking. Egads, if that's our Mide and Diane, why, that means that one day they'll be freed from their fate and reborn far, far in the past. So, after searching for near an eternity, they finally found the perfect world they were searching for. It may be just a fairy tale, but I, for one, would like to believe it. And fairy legend goes on. Two children step out of steel giant holding small stone. Stone is dark when sitting on ground, but hold stone in hand and shiny lights. Glowstone of round rocks. Let me see if I have this straight. The codex fragment you gave to that Coerl a few moments ago now features in a legend from ages past. That can't be possible, can it? At this point, I'm about ready to believe bleeding anything. But that reminds me. There was something I wanted to ask you, Ashlot. Remember when we went into the core and almost got our arses fried by that colossus inside a colossus? Well, I felt the strangest sensation then, a feeling that chilled me to the bone, as if something terrible had happened that I couldn't for the life of me remember. I felt it too. So tell us, did you see anything when you were going in and out of time? Do you have any idea what happened to us while Quick Things was spinning the hands of the clock? I'm afraid I do. You're afraid? You do? Well, that's not ominous in the least. On second thought, how about you don't tell us? Thank you very much. You'll get no arguments from me. There are some secrets better left secret, and from the look on Ashlot's face, I reckon this is one of them. Anyway, it would seem this long and thoroughly mind-boggling battle of ours has finally come to an end. First, there's still plenty of work to be done. But now that Quick Things is out of the picture, we've got high hopes that Round Rocks and their friends will one day build their shining kingdom of rubbish and refuse. Speaking of work, we'd better get back to it before the chief catches us chattering. Always a pleasure, Ashlot. Till next time. Ta-ta. Back in time. I never did this roulette. So, we're done. We're officially done with the side quests here, right? We're only missing Ozzy's Law then. Also no more quests here. What a blast that place is. Uh-uh. Then I'd be worried. I didn't buy it. Precision Guardian Bolt. Okay. These look like other stuff that exists in the game. Different paint job. Oh. Come on, roulette. I wanna go rest. I don't even have any more water. Ah, this is the one I was already doing, yeah. Look, debt collector comes to collect Jijirun's debt. Jijirun gave Mamulja back the shiny shinies. Then good Mamulja protect Jijirun from bad collector, yes? Very well, Jijirun, you have a deal. Mamulja protect you from smooth-skinned soldiers. Cover our retreat. But Qui-Corn always pays his debt? I don't think so. I think our tiny healer wants big pulls. He goes collect guys from further ahead. Wait, what? I had to get Illuminati too. As if I wasn't sick enough of the Illuminati yet. Anyone knows what this song is called? Hmm? I don't think I even know the correct path in this dungeon. Which means I may have never gotten the achievement for mapping it. This guy went to get the big cat. Maximizing that XP, I say. It'll fine with me. Well, this person just got the achievement for remapping the realm, so... I guess it is remap? Mine? What? seeing something get tagged threw me off a little there. Alright. It's way too late. You seek Jijirun Collector. The pirate has him. Mamulja make deal to protect Jijirun from you and you alone. You say nothing about the pirate. You are not collector, then Mamulja work is done. Jijirun make another bad deal. No wonder collectors are after him. Mamulja make good deal with Jijirun, buy many items and pay fair price. But when we pay, Jijirun say our money no good and ask for kill. If Jijirun want kill, he need to say so at start. Mamulja proud warriors, not mind readers. You want find Jijirun? Speak with Rat, brother. Maybe he knows where the pirate take him. Whatever. Guys. It's way too late. Have a good night. That's been Final Fantasy XIV. We'll continue this tomorrow. Black Mage quests, Aziz's Law, and all the works. So, thank you for watching. Have a good night. All that stuff. 24 hours, yeah. If I wasn't awake. If I didn't sleep too, maybe. Probably not. If I hadn't slept only 2. Or whatever it was. Goodbye.